No. I said no. Oh. Good morning, darling. No, I'm absolutely fine. Why wouldn't I be? Screaming oneself awake is, one way to wake up. You needn't trouble yourself. You're welcome to go back to sleep. I'm sorry if I woke you up. I should know you better by now. You're not going back to sleep. Shouldn't bother me anymore, should it? I mean, he's dead. He's gone. I won. I'm free. You shouldn't get to keep tormenting me. My mind. I know that he can't hurt me anymore. And yet, he seems to keep finding ways to. I feel pathetic. I feel weak. As if he still has some sort of control over me. If I can't even get a good night's, or day's, sleep. You deserve to be able to rest next to me without having to worry about me screaming you awake. This isn't what you deserve. Not what you were hoping for after everything. What? You're asking permission to touch me. How novel. And you're scared to even comfort me, for fear of... Not that I don't appreciate it. Just not really sure what I'm supposed to say. Oh, no, I know what I want. I know what instinctively I want from you. But I'm I'm not sure if even before Cazador, if crying and being weak was accepted of me. I suppose it's a type of bravery, then. Well, that's how you put it. For me to be brave, and ask for what I want, regardless of what anyone else will think. Even though I've not rather cared much what some people think. But I care what you think. You can, if you want. But since you offered, if you were to hold me, as it were, I wouldn't object. Is that not good enough? What do you want me to say? That I need you. I feel a little as if I'm about to fall apart if you don't take me into your arms right this instant. I don't understand it. Killing him. It doesn't cause some sort of magic spell that instantly cures my... What did you call it? Yes. Trauma. It is a relief, of course, still, to know that I don't have to live in fear, in hiding. And yet now I fear my own mind. That even though he's gone, I am still plagued by nightmares and memories and sometimes we're just having a nice day and things are fine, and then something happens. Someone says something, or does something, or I see something, and it makes me remember. And it ruins it. The day, I mean. I just want to be able to enjoy this new life that you've allowed me to live. No, I suppose not allowed. Helped me achieve, then. And yet he keeps clinging on. Do you really think so? That in time it'll fade? I'm not so sure. Then again, I suppose I have all the time in the world to find out. I hate to burden you with this. though the nightmares are nothing new. I've been having them every night for the last 200 years. I suppose instead of cursing the sleeps where they appear, I should celebrate the ones I have that are nightmare-free. I never really used to have any of those, and then you came along. You know, I really can't thank you enough. And I know you tell me that I did a lot of the work myself, but that little push you claim to have given me was a rather big one. You don't give yourself enough credit. I mean this, right now. I never thought I'd have this. Feeling scared and, loath as I am to admit it, vulnerable. And to have someone who I trust enough to tell that to, enough to let them hold me. I never thought I could have this. And yet here you are. And you're wonderful, you know that. Perhaps I don't tell you enough. I know I said a lot of things when we first met, and, you know, a good part of it was tactical. But any compliment I paid you, I meant at least most of them. I don't want you thinking that. I don't know. I'm not actually attracted to you or something stupid. Because I mean, darling, look at yourself. But I'm in this for more than just your handsome looks, if you can believe it. And the fact that you're with me just for more than my looks is new. I wasn't sure I had much else to offer, honestly. Alas, my charming personality is... I suppose it was snuffed out for quite a while. And then I wasn't sure what parts of me were real, and which parts of me just acting. But when I'm with you, it doesn't feel like I'm playing pretend anymore. Thank you. I do find myself feeling quite a bit calmer by the second. I suppose this is the part where I'm supposed to fall back asleep. I'm not sure if I want to. I don't technically need as much sleep as you do. Still. Well, I'd hate to fall back asleep simply to wake you up again in another hour, kicking and screaming. Of course, I didn't kick you, did I? How perilous it is now to sleep by my side. That's the thing, though. I find it hard to believe that you don't mind. But then, you are quite the unique individual. I shouldn't underestimate you. I suppose there is comfort in the fact that whoever's there when I close my eyes, you'll hear the moment I open them. It's nice having someone I can rely on, trust. Dare I say, love. Well, you should be honored, darling. I don't think anyone else can claim to have been loved by me before. What a fate you've allowed yourself to have. Being loved by me. I may allow sleep to take me. If you stay close to me. I could grow quite used to laying in your arms. Cute. I don't exactly know what to do now. Trying to get used to you doing nice things. I'm not expecting anything in return. There's no payment to be made on my part. Seeing me at peace and happy is payment enough. That is... No, I suppose it's nice. I shouldn't laugh at it. It's just so strange to hear. Strange at the fact that I know you mean it. I do adore you. You know that. Most nights, my mind is potting me back there. But sometimes it's different. Sometimes I imagine what had happened if I had taken his place. The power seemed safe after everything. this was so much scarier. But I see myself in my dreams, a vampire lord, and I'm just like him, a monster, continuing on the cycle of abuse and power. And when you're there, I have no idea what I would have done to you. Some nights, I dream I make you into spawn. And I wake up and I think, how could I curse you with my fate? But if I had that power, perhaps it would have seemed rational. I shudder to think. But it's easy to know that those ones aren't real. Compared to... It's bad enough myself being back there, under his hands. Bad enough knowing now that every poor soul I got for him, whether they were innocent or a monster of their own kind, every single one I brought back to him, he kept them, locked them away, fed them just enough to keep them alive. And then I wonder what would have been worse. Being trapped down there in a cell, never seeing the outside, never allowed to leave. No books, no source of anything. Or being allowed out, but being tortured by him, day after day. Who was the luckier of the two of us? Me or them? They may think I had it better. I got to go outside. But I was controlled every day of my life. And they weren't. They were free to do whatever they wanted in their little cage. Unlike me. Not in any visible cage. But all the more prisoner than they were. For them to blame me. I understand I played a part in their fate. I didn't know. Not that I could have stopped any of it if I had. If I'd have met you back then, I would have liked you. You would have been a Sebastian. I would have had fond memories. You would have hurt to hand over the most, but I would have handed you over all the same. Sometimes in my dreams that's what happens. I find you, seduce you, and you're sweet. You've never been touched like this before. And I teach you pleasure. And you're caring. You're the first of all of them to ask, what about my pleasure? Would I like to be touched in return? And you want me to feel good. And then I'd take you to him and leave you for dead and never be able to forget. And sometimes in my dreams, there was no ritual. He simply found us. And even if our little brain worms had interfered with his control, it wouldn't have mattered. For he had a new way to control me now. Because for once, I had something I cared about enough to fear losing. And he would take you. And then would do whatever he asked, demanded, to keep you safe. And if I made a mistake, if I fought back, he'd punish me by hurting you. And I wake up and I can still hear your screams. Sometimes you cry out how you wish you'd never met me. I'm happy I met you too. You've given me a new life. I don't intend to waste it. And wasting it would be spending another second talking about him, thinking about him. No. He already takes up enough of my mind when I'm asleep. I'll be damned if he takes it over while I'm awake too. Sorry if all of that was a bit of a downer. You did ask. Sometimes I have no dreams at all. Very rarely. I've had rather a pleasant one. All you're doing, of course. No, of course they can't compare to the real thing. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. That's what I fall back to. That's what I know. Allow me a little flirting, would you? It'll cheer me up. You do want me cheered up, don't you? after taking such good care of me. May I kiss you? I wouldn't ask if I didn't want to. Such a brave thing, cradling a vampire as he cries. And yet, I don't exactly find myself ashamed. I mean, it's got you pressed so tightly against me. I should have nightmares more often. No, I know. You are sweet to me, aren't you? Whatever I did to deserve you, I'd better keep doing it. I suppose I have to try and sleep now, don't I? At the very least, you deserve to have more sleep, so I'll watch over you, my love. Don't worry about whether or not I fall asleep. Yes, well, I suppose you have me too. We can have each other. I quite like the sound of that. Well, if it isn't my little love, what can I do for you? You have something you want to do for me? How generous. You always are quite sweet and thoughtful. It's still taking some getting used to. Did you pick something up on our travels you thought I might like? No? Did you steal something? Well, it's just you look a little flustered and struggling to tell me whatever it is, so I can only imagine perhaps you did something that you feel ashamed of. Have I been corrupting you? It's not that disappointing. So, what's got you all in a tizzy, then? You want to what? I'm not sure I heard you right. You want to know if it's all right? To ask me on a date? You are aware, of course, that we've been together for some time now. I thought we were clearly at a point where we both knew it was more than just a bit of fun. We've said our 3 words and meant them. So, of course you can ask. That's what people in love do, isn't it? Go on dates. I imagine. I admit, I can't say that I've ever been on one. I mean, it's possible from before I grew fangs. But I don't recall, so might as well have not. And I wouldn't exactly refer to any of my little ordered skirmishes as dates. I suppose I feel at a loss. I do pride myself on being able to talk to and conduct myself around people, and yet well, I'm not exactly sure what one of these entails, is all. I would like you to have a good time. Don't... I'm not swinged. So, what did you have in mind? I take it you had something in mind. Please say you have something in mind. You do? You don't want to tell me? Well, then I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work. A walk. I'm sure I can manage that. I suppose, to be fair to you, there isn't a lot of activities one can do in a makeshift campsite in the middle of nowhere. If we were in town, we could do all sorts of things. If I get enough coin, I think spoiling you could be quite enjoyable. The idea of having enough money to buy you whatever you want while you insist it's too much and that I don't have to, but I'm going to all the same. I quite like the idea of that. And of course, having some sort of way to repay you for, well, everything you've done for me. Without you... well, I wouldn't... I might have found a way to learn about the ritual and go back, but I fear, without you... No, I know that without you there, I would have become just like him. I would have seen the power on offer and been unable to resist the safety that I felt it would bring. That I wouldn't have to be scared anymore. But you decided that I was enough exactly as I was. And if I had ascended, I would have never believed that. I would have believed I was perfect then. But I would have been a bigger monster than I am now. I dread to think how I would have treated you. You do know that vampires, we vampires spawn may have similar powers and weaknesses. Our spawn are far more closer to human than they are. Whatever, I don't know if you'd call it power, illness, It corrupts one's soul so badly. A vampire, what I would have been if I descended, there would have been nothing to try and redeem. No fixing me. I wouldn't have had a soul anymore. No matter what you tried to do, no matter how much you loved me, I would have been physically incapable of loving you. Or anyone. Vampires, they can't feel love. Any love that they had before would just twist and turn into a possessiveness, an obsession, in owning something. But I physically would not have been able to love you. And you deserve that. And so much more. I got a little carried away, didn't I? Here you are, wanting to take me on some sort of romantic walk into God knows where. And I am talking about him. So many things seem to just remind me of it. Even though it's over, it's still there in my mind. But perhaps a nice walk would take my mind off it. And since you so nicely asked, of course I will join you. I take it we're not actually going anywhere. You didn't find something in here, did you? A clearing? Anything of note? No. All right. You weren't hoping to get me away from camp on my own for any nefarious reasons, were you? No. Right, what? Good. I don't mean to presume. I need to stop presuming. Old habits, you know. It's an adjustment. Accepting that we can have moments like these that are enjoyable, that we can be alone and things can be romantic. Without having to be more than that. I take it this is the clearing. It's quaint, but sort of just like every other bit of the forest. Is there any particular reason we're stopping here? We're back on the you wanting to do something for me. And the walk wasn't it? Well, aren't I getting spoiled? I wouldn't mind that, you know. I mean, I've never been spoiled before. But I'll try anything if it's you. How shall I receive my gift? Want me to sit down? All right. You're rummaging through your satchel. You did get something for me. Not exactly. You're going to make something for me. Colour me intrigued. I'm not sure I've received a handmade gift before. Why did we have to come all the way out here for you to make it? I don't plan on sitting here all day, you know, all night. Why are you sitting all the way over there? You need to be able to see me. What sort of book is that? Oh. It's blank. Are you going to write me a poem? A sonnet, perhaps? I couldn't blame you. I certainly think my looks must inspire. I'm sure I would be natural at being someone's muse. Have to wait and see. I'm not very good at being patient, you know. It sort of sounds like you're just scribbling. Are we out all here just because you're embarrassed? Why do we have to be alone for this? Well, I understand it's personal. What? Not only do I have to sit here, feet apart from you, but I have to sit still. Why would... Darling, you're not... Are you... Are you drawing me? You are, aren't you? Given the not answering. I'm sorry to ruin the surprise. You don't have to, you know, Is this because of what I said? About not remembering what I look like? It is. And you thought that I deserved to. And you just wanted to do something nice for me. No, I'm alright. You truly are something special. If you keep doing all these things for me, I doubt I'll ever be able to catch up on repaying you. You don't expect any repayment. It's not why you're doing this, is it? Something else to get used to. People doing things for nothing. I'm not sure how I'll react at seeing it. The drawing, I mean. I'm aware of some things, of course. I can see my skin, how sort of faded and veiny it is now. I know what colour my hair is. Sometimes it, when it's long enough, I can pull it in front of me and see it. I can feel my face. My ears are the same, I'm aware of the fangs. I know that my eyes are red because that's just what happens when you are spawn. Though, when under Cassador's control, well, you saw some of my former associates. And black eyes and red pinprick pupils. Not like a full vampire. And I presume, given that none of you got terribly frightened when I first appeared and figured out that I was a vampire, or at least some people didn't, that my eyes no longer have the black around them. I suppose they look more like a full vampire's. Still red, I presume, though. All of theirs are. And yes, I can feel my own face, but I'm not exactly good enough at mentally imagining what that would be, just based on touch. It's been a long time. I've had more years as a spawn than I have as an elf. No wonder I can't remember. Don't play coy. I know you can read. I assumed you could read Fenurian. You know what it said on my grave. Merely a babe, wasn't I? Couldn't even remember what age I'd been when I was turned. I suppose it explains much, doesn't it? No, I act. Sorry, I'm sort of talking, because, truth be told, I'm a little nervous about saying it. I trust that it's a handsome face. Everyone else seems to think so. And you're not that good at lying, so... Still... I better not really have those laugh lines you talked about. Well, I understand you think they're... cute. Really? You're finished? No, You don't have to put yourself down. I understand it's merely a drawing. It may not be exact, but... I've got to... steel my nerves. Surely we've faced worse things than this. How scary can my own face be? Alright. You can show me. Well, you can come all the way over here, of course. I know I have to look down at it. Alright. I suppose I do rather good, keeping my curls in that condition, considering I can't see to style my own hair. It's odd. I don't know what I expected, whether memories would come rushing back. It's not the case. Perhaps it's like looking at someone you saw in a dream once, but you've mostly forgotten their face. There's a sort of, I don't know, deja vu of sort. But I'm not sure how to feel. But I'd rather know than not, you know? Can I keep this? Oh, well, I'd hate to rip a page out of your lovely book, but... Oh. You're just going to... I'm not sure I have any way of keeping it, and it not getting creased, bent. I'll slide it between the pages of one of my books. Thank you. Of course. As if this is just some casual little... As if you handed me a mere healing potion or a ruby. Do you understand what... Of course you do. Sensitive little thing. You continue to astound me. Make me feel things when I thought my heart was dead long ago. I will cherish this. I think if you had spoiled me with some sort of expensive gift, it would have paled in comparison. I really don't know how to thank you. But I'd like to. God, you're such a sap. Seeing me happy is all the thanks you need. God. Oh, if I weren't in love with you. I think I might vomit. I know you mean it seriously. It's just... I don't really know what to say. It's quite unusual for me. I suppose there's at least one thing I can offer. May I very much want to. Trust me, I've gotten to a point now where if I didn't want to, I wouldn't ask. I'm not as good at refusing if you're asking me, but I'm trying to get better. So, may I? Apologies. You really are something special, you know that. I don't want anyone to ever make you feel lesser than. It's going to be hard to accept that you don't want anything in return. Regardless, next time we find ourselves at one of those carnivals, I'll have to win you something big. I know I said those games are all rigged. They are. But who's to say vampires, spawn, dexterity, and speed can't outwit them? I'm not expecting my kind to be able to wander up and be able to play it. I'll keep this safe. What? You might keep drawing more. I suppose I wouldn't mind you walking around the sketchbook full of entirely just of drawings of me. I get to be someone's muse after all. How enticing. Just so long as you don't make me sit for hours and hours unable to move. Right. You have permission to draw me while I'm resting. We should be getting back to camp. I think a proper rest, laying down in actual packs. You really do always continue to surprise me. Every time I think you couldn't be any more wonderful, go and do something like this. I will do my best to make sure I am deserving of it, of your love and kindness. I know you already think that. Then I'll do my best to continue being deserving of it. Is that better? Let's head back then. I know I already said it, but thank you. Good morning, darling. Did you sleep well? I mean, you certainly slept long enough. What time do you call this? And I'm meant to be the nocturnal one. Are you alright? Oh, God, don't fall over. I've got you. Let's sit you back down, shall we? There you go. Right. So, I'm not the best at remembering how a human body works, or a mortal's body works, but you don't seem right, for lack of a better word. No offence, gorgeous as ever, of course, but a little lacking colour in your cheeks, and a bit clammy, is that the right word? Ugh. You don't feel well. Did you get hurt? Nothing's infected, is it? I thought I did a pretty good job at... Right. Right. Your lot can get sick. I forgot about that. And one thing I certainly don't miss. Right. You're... What can I do? I don't mean that as in sarcastic. What can I do about that? I do mean... How can I help? I'm not exactly sure what I should be doing or what is helpful when one is sick. Especially given there's so many different ways one can be sick. I think perhaps rest should be the first thing. So, perhaps you should lay back down. If this is all some sort of excuse to get me to do all the running around today. Hush, I'm only teasing. I certainly don't mind. I suppose you've done enough for me. I can certainly repay the favour. It's not a bother, darling. Did you think it would be? Well, as, again, unversed as I am in whatever sort of illnesses you can get, I do know enough to know that it's not your fault. You can't help getting sick. You certainly didn't choose to. Why would I mind looking after you? Not just as a way to pay you back so I feel like I owe you less, but I love you. I think I understand by this point that when you love someone, you want to do things for them without expecting anything in return. A novel concept, of course, not being after a quid pro quo, but one I'm learning and enjoying, I suppose, with you. You'd do the same for me, wouldn't you? If I somehow got horribly ill. Well, there you go, then. I do hope it's not affecting that darling little brain of yours. Or, of course, I suppose these thoughts could be coming from what other people have told you. Well, they're not here right now. I am. And I guarantee I'm a lot smarter than any of them, so if I say we're not bothering anyone by being sick, and you're certainly not some sort of burden, and it's not your fault, then believe me over them. I know, asking someone to believe me and trust me is a newer concept, though you've always seemed to do it. God knows why. I'm glad for it, though. So, seeing as you do trust me, for some reason, trust me on this. Let me take care of you. Wonderful. Then, what do we start with? How do you feel? I suppose the specifics. Right. Oh, poor thing. Well, I can certainly, at the very least, make sure you are warm and hydrated and well fed. I suppose that's a start, if you feel like eating. Right, there's water around here somewhere, right? You always have far too much in your pack, so I assume there's everything in there. What do you have? Ah. Here we are. I know we just got you to lay down, but you haven't drank anything since you woke up, so I really think you ought to drink something. Here, let me help. That's it. Right. Get this open. I can hold it for you, if you'd like. I'm not trying to suggest that you can't hold it on your own. I'm merely offering. Not trying to wound your pride. Right. Good. I'll leave this here. I don't want to come across as overbearing. You'll let me know if I do anything wrong. Right, good. I'm not glad that you're sick. Right, no, of course, I didn't think that you thought merely that... I don't want you to think I mean this in the wrong way, but it's actually sort of surprisingly nicer than I thought it would be. Taking care of you, not you being sick. I just mean... I thought I'd hate the idea, of taking care of someone else for the longest time. Could barely take care of myself, or had the opportunity to. I was just looking out for myself for so long. I'd forgotten I was even capable of caring about anyone else. Anyway. Food. Do we have any of that? Is it stale? How long has it been in there? Right, well... Darling, please have some standards. Fine. Where... If you want to eat that, you can, but would you permit me to go and buy you something fresh? I'll be fine on my own. Well, we're lucky we're in the months where the sun is setting earlier, so... Besides, I can always run down to the tavern. I'm sure they'll let me take something away. I can be quite persuasive. So, I'll get you something. Are you warm enough? You could be warmer. Well, I think you're using every blanket that we have. Oh. Goodness, I must actually be quite worried about you. Well, it's not like me to not pick up on when someone's trying to flirt or be subtle. Goodness, that wasn't subtle, was it? You've got me quite frazzled, I suppose. But, darling, I only had to ask. Though, my body's not exactly warm. Alright, if that's what you want. It's not like I can catch whatever you have, if it's even contagious. So, lucky you. Scoot over then. There we are. Feeling better? Well, sadly, my company alone can't cure your ails. Only some of them. You will have to let me get up at some point, though. Fetch you a proper meal. Don't you worry about me. I'm not going to feed off you while you're sick. You focus on yourself. Or don't focus on anything. You should be relaxing. You'll be alright. You can fall back asleep if you want. If you need to. And I'll try and be here when you wake up. If I'm not, don't freak out. I'll just be off buying you something. Alright. Though, fine, I will wake you before I go. Though I don't see the point. You need all the rest you can get, surely. Alright, fine. I promise I'll wake you up before I go. Sweet though. Rest up. I'll be here when you wake up. Well, we made quick work of that, didn't we, darling? Darling? Well, you don't seem fine. Let me see. Move your hands out of the way. Gods. Come, no, stop. Sit down. Sit down. Goodness. How does that even... You what? I don't think I can hear any more of this. I mean... What were you thinking? I mean, by the sounds of it, you weren't thinking at all. Just give that here. I know you've must have plenty of supplies in this bag, right? Amount of things you hold. Here. Shh, let me see. Well, it certainly could be a lot worse. Why would I be lying? Come now. To make you feel better. Well, if that was the case, it certainly seems like a lovely thing of me to do. Quite uncharacteristic, maybe even. Not sure I've ever lied to make anyone else feel better before. I'm going to need to cut this. Darling, you've got plenty of other clothes. As I said, you tend to hold things in that bag of yours. Yep. Well, or perhaps you can sew it back together. No, I won't be doing it for you. Sounds like a lot of work. Right, where's the... Don't tell anyone I said this, but... Well, I suppose it's times like this that perhaps just a small bit it would be good to have Shadowheart with us. Certainly not saying that I miss her. Merely that she has her useful moments. Stop squirming. Foolish little love. Asking if I'm alright. You're the one who's bleeding. Not profusely, though. Am I bothered by it? By what? The blood. Darling, do you think that I'm so starved that seeing you get a little cut, or medium-sized cut, would send me into a frenzy? I can certainly hold myself enough together to patch you up. Alright? I'm not upset. It's not the tone of voice someone who isn't upset uses, is it? I'm not agitated about the blood, alright? Yes, but I am agitated. You ask if I'm bothered. Yes. Not by the blood. Do you think it's easy for me to watch you be reckless? To see you get hurt? You shouldn't rely on one of us always being here, as willing as I am to patch you up. You've said to me that you want me to take care of myself, or rather that you'd like to help take care of me. But I think it goes both ways, does it not? Perhaps I would like it if you tried to take a little better care of yourself. You do have people who'd miss you, you know. God forbid anything serious happen. And I certainly don't know what I'd do with myself if... Just, perhaps, try to stay in one piece. You've got people who want to help. You don't have to take on the brunt of the battle by yourself. Not anymore. I'm sorry if I snapped at you. I'm not used to being concerned about anyone other than myself. I can be more gentle if you'd like. If that would help soothe things. I've got you. Is that what you want to hear? I'd like to think that I do. Right. That's pretty clean. As clean as I'm going to get it. It's not bleeding as much anymore. Right. Bandages somewhere. Keep trying to hold still for me. That's it. See, you can stay nice and still. When you want to be good for me. What did I just say about squirming? I do hope you're not taking my words any other way than how I intend them. And I intend them completely. Innocently, of course. No, I suppose nothing about me has ever been innocent. It's fun to pretend, though, isn't it, sometimes? If it distracts you from the pain. Right. I think that's going to hold. Not bad work if I do say so myself. Which I do. You're right. You'll let me know if it needs changing. I mean, it will, but if it reopens and you start bleeding through it, you will tell me, won't you? I've never wanted to really help anyone before, but I want to help you. Besides, I think that's part of what a normal relationship is, isn't it? That's what we're trying for. Alright. Shall we try to see how you feel standing up? Just hold on to me. There we go. I am not carrying you all the way back to camp. Wasn't your legs that got injured, was it? Well, I'm already carrying all of my things. Why should I have to carry you as well? My poor bag. I will carry your bag for you. If that lightens the load a bit. Yes, well, I'm trying the whole selfless thing. God, what? How can a bag this size possibly be this heavy? How do you carry it around? No, honestly. Of course it's not too heavy for me, darling. Vampire strength. Merely, I'm surprised. Not that I'm calling you weak. Looking, of course. Well, don't make a habit out of this. I'm doing this because I feel sorry for you. That's all. I think you can make it to the end. Alright. And then, I think it's bed rest for you. Am I just saying that so I can get you in bed? You wound me. Can I not care about the well-being and recovery of the person that I love? Whatever my tone suggests. I don't want you to make yourself any worse. So, rest. Please. Thank you. Now, stay close. Let's not get in any brawls on the way back. Oh, I don't think it's me who starts most of them. It's not my fault if the people don't have money. Well, you would say that. What about last time when they Oh, hello, darling. I didn't think you'd still be awake. Can't sleep without me, can you? No? Well then. I'll just leave, shall I? Oh, now you do need me. Oh, you do? I suppose I can be persuaded to stay. What? What is it? I know that tone. It's the I'm not taking this seriously enough tone. But I'm not exactly sure what. We're fine, we're all safe. The bit about you needing me. Oh. Huh. Well, I do rather need you too, you know that. And as enjoyable as it is to be told that, something's wrong, isn't it? Am I allowed to ask? Well, I know, but I suppose what I meant was, we don't have to share if you don't want. Though you know I love a good chat. Or are we just feeling needy? That is allowed, you know. And besides, aren't you the one who's been trying to get me to understand that comfort and closeness doesn't have to have sex involved? Novel concept. So may I re-impart the wisdom onto you? Don't want to be a hypocrite, do we, darling? If you're not sure what's wrong, or you don't want to tell me, or there isn't anything in particular wrong that you can put your finger on, you are allowed to want me, or need me, as you say, to comfort you. I might not be that good at it yet, but I am trying. I know you know. So, what can I do for you? And we can stay here, in the tent, away from prying eyes. Darling, if it's something specific you are going to need to ask. I'm not a mind reader. Well, not anymore. Not that the tadpoles technically made us able to read each other's minds whenever we wanted, but still, I can't get that sort of sense on you anymore. And since you wanted me to get better at verbalizing the things that I want and do not want, perhaps it turns out my own experiences have sort of skewed my ability to tell that in others. I mean, don't get me wrong, I know if what you want is, some fun, I'm just not exactly used to people wanting anything other than that. Suppose I've come to think that any interest shown in me means someone wants... Well, I shouldn't be bringing up any past unpleasantness when you're already vulnerable, should I? So, what do you want? Poor stuttering thing. Are you shy about it? I'm sure whatever it is, I've heard far more scandalous things. Oh, is that all? Sorry, no, I don't mean to diminish the fact that you are brave for working up the courage to tell me. Thank you for telling me. I wasn't laughing at you, merely. You're not the first who enjoys being called that. No, I understand. We're outside of the bedroom, as it were. I understand what you're asking. Did you think I'd say no? No to a chance to get you all pliant and pleasant in my lap. I'm not sure how I got quite so lucky with you. Come on then, pup. Why don't you put your head right here? Lay down. Head on my thighs. There you are. Oh, I think I quite like you like this. I wonder how good you are at doing what you're told. Only don't always listen to me when we're out and about, but here... Oh, this changes a lot. Not right now, though, of course. Sweet thing. My little saviour. My little puppy. That's what you needed. Just someone to acknowledge what you are. Not have any big person responsibilities or thoughts. Just relax. Would you let me scratch you behind the ears, do you think? Good pal. I don't take it lightly, you know. You confiding in me with this. I gather it's personal for you. I'm certainly glad you told me. You do know I love the sound of my own voice, so if all you want is me to tell you what a good puppy you are, trusting me like this, letting me take care of you, letting all those thoughts just seep out of your mind. That you're safe, that you're such a good pal. Well, you know, of course, things like that I'd be more than happy to say. Is that a yawn? I'd be offended that I'm boring you, but I think this sort of treatment and attention is making you a little sleepy. It's alright if you drift off. I won't take offense. You've been so stressed out lately anyway. You need all the rest you can get. So, you keep your head there. I'll be right here. You just rest. My good little pup. Darling, where have you gone? I can't help but notice this bed is feeling awfully cold. And here I thought you wanted to help warm me up. After all the effort we went to manage to even get to this inn, so we didn't have to camp out in this storm. And you're not even enjoying the bed with me. I'm wounded. No, you... I was only teasing, you don't... I wasn't trying to make you apologize. You alright? I know you're tired, so I don't know why you'd be avoiding getting some rest. Did something happen after I fell asleep? Well, something's on your mind. Care to share? And perhaps you could do so whilst laying down with me. Being my personal, what are they called? Hot water bottle. Whatever's on your mind, you can think about it while you're in my arms. Or am I going to have to get out of this bed? I really don't want to. It's far comfier than most of the inns we find. And I was so lonely over here. With my beloved abandoning me. And don't I deserve to get some rest? And to feel warm. It's so rare that I feel warm these days. And don't give me that look. Especially not when it's working. Get in there. You silly thing. What could possibly be stopping you from sleeping? It's clearly not stupid, if it's keeping you awake. Given how tired I know we both are. That's a hard feat. Do you have another nightmare? You know you can wake me up when that happens. I'd like to be able to help. Especially since all the help you've given me when I've had dreams of my own. Then what? Okay, so it sounds childish. You're only telling me. And whilst I do like to tease, you know I wouldn't tell anyone else. And I don't tease you because I actually think that you're stupid. If you tell me, since it's clearly upsetting you, I promise I will not laugh. What about the rain? Was the sound keeping you awake? Quite astounding considering my hearing is more sensitive, I would have thought, than yours, but everyone's different. Some people love falling asleep in the sound of rain, and for others they can't stand it. They need absolute silence in order to sleep. I suppose I've gotten used to sleeping through a lot of different sounds. No, it's not. It's not exactly that. Are you perhaps scared of thunder and lightning? I'm not laughing, I promise I wouldn't. Have you managed so far? It's surely stormed before when we've been at camp. You just didn't sleep those nights. You could have come to me. Well, granted, at the beginning of our journey, I'm not sure I would have been the best at wanting to hold you through the night while you were upset, but could have distracted you at the very least. Well, I'd like to think I'm able to be better company now. If you just want to lie here. No, I don't think it's stupid. I mean, you've seen me jump at sudden noises. I'm not proud of it. But when you've spent the majority of your life, well, as much as I say you get used to certain aspects of it. Footsteps, especially, tend to being in that cell. Bedroom, I called it. I never know if the sound of someone approaching was just someone walking past the door, or him coming for me. Some people would say that's stupid, me tensing up at the sound of shoes clacking against the floor. And whether it's because, with you jumping and the sound of thunder because of it reminding you of something, or just because you don't like sudden noises. I'm hardly in a position to judge you. I'm sure by now I've got plenty of triggers of my own. I'm not sure how helpful it is to remind you that it can't hurt us. Because I know that you know that. I'm not sure if the reminder is helpful or if it sounds like I'm being patronizing. Well, this building seems stable enough. And even if we were out in the tent, the chance of being struck by lightning Right, sorry. I didn't mean to make you think about. Well, if you feel unable to sleep, perhaps you could at least let your body get some rest. Lay with me. Not just because of the benefit that I'll get to keep a bit warmer, though that is a perk, but for yourself. If I had something that would block out the sound, I would, but I'm not sure if you had something you could put over your ears, or if we had some sort of dampening spell, then that would help at all. Perhaps if this becomes a regular occurrence, we could try and find something. I'm not sure if there's any item that will help, but it doesn't hurt to have a look around the next time we find a market. Trying to find a silencing charm, something. Of course. I doubt any stall or shopkeepers are going to judge you. If they did that, if they judged what their customers were looking for, they're hardly going to make any money, are they? As long as you're paying them, they're not going to be bothered. Besides, if they try to make fun of you while I'm there, well, they won't be making fun of anyone ever again, let's just say that. Fine, I'll behave. While you're looking at this. At least you're smiling a little. That's something. I mean, though. If we find something that can help you with this, well, you're already trying to help me with this, so the least I could do is help you get a good night's sleep. You're at least going to stay in bed now, even if you don't fall asleep. Perhaps being in my big strong arms will make you feel more safe. Oh, being in my arms does make you feel more safe. No, as it should. Come here, then. You won't be offended if I fall asleep, will you? You can wake me up if something happens. I feel as though one of us at least should get some rest. One of us needs to be alert for tomorrow. And that way, whenever the storm stops, I can stay awake and you can take a nap. Good. I don't know how good at it I will be, but I want to do everything I can to help you feel safe. I never felt safe before you. The least I can do is help you feel that same way. I know I don't have to. Shh. I'm not the best at phrasing these things. Let me phrase it however I please. I'm trying to say nice things. Alright. No, just stay in my arms. Let's hope the storm stops soon. Darling. Loath as I am to let you come up for air, do you think perhaps we could... How do I put this? Aren't you rather tired? I mean, it's been such a long day, so much walking and travelling. You seemed quite exhausted to me, so... We don't have to do this if you don't want to. If you're, as tired as you are, we could just sleep, rest up. You don't feel too tired. I'm not sure you know what's best for you in this situation right now. Your eagerness to have at me is flattering, but poor thing. No, I think rest is in order. Don't you? What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm looking out for you. No, I'm not trying to infantilize you. You're a grown adult, I know that... Not trying to remove your agency or anything. Of course, you know what you want. And when or if you aren't in the mood or are too tired, you're right. I apologize. Where were we? Nothing's wrong. Well, yes, I was trying to say that we could go to bed instead. Yes, I know you're not actually that exhausted. Why do you think? Sorry, Am I too tired? I wouldn't say I'm too tired, no, you know me. Always raring to go. Do I want to? Don't give me that look. I don't need your pity. You're disappointed in me. You can say you're not, but... Why do you think I tried to make it seem like you were the one who didn't want to? I can't just say that I don't want to. I know you have told me that I can. But it's going to take more than your permission to unlearn hundreds of years of not being allowed to say no. Or I suppose being allowed to say it, but it not mattering. And so eventually you just don't bother anymore. If you didn't speak up, resist, it was over quicker. I really didn't mean to kill the mood. Yes, I understand that. Yes, if this was reversed, I would want you to be honest with me. But... No, I will say, but because you... me being the way that I am, isn't that what drew you to me in the first place? Admit it, you like my charming, flirtatious nature. I don't want you to feel tricked. Now that we're, being all serious about us. If I can't always It's not that I won't ever want to. I very much enjoy being intimate with you. I suppose there are times where I won't feel like it, and I'm sure that is completely normal for most people. Most people do not want to be bedding people 24 hours of the day. But I do 100 years of being having someone else have control of my body and use it for that at any odd random hour of the day, as many times as he wanted. I can't unlearn that in just a few weeks, or months, or I don't know how long it will take. I know you wouldn't hurt me if I said no. But I don't want you feeling as though you aren't getting what was advertised. I don't want you disappointed in me. In this option, this relationship you've gotten yourself into. If you were going to be disappointed, it would be that I didn't speak up and just say no. Not that I didn't want to. No, rationally, I know that if I think about it, in the reverse, if I was all over you and you were uncomfortable but didn't say anything, and later I found out that you hadn't wanted to, and just didn't say anything, I would feel terrible. And I don't want to put you in that position where you end up feeling like that just because I wouldn't say anything. You checking in on me frequently only does so much good if I'm lying about my answer, and I'm a very convincing liar. Had a lot of practice. I don't want you to be constantly feeling as though you're walking on eggshells around me. I know I can say no. I know you wouldn't. It's not that I think that you'll hurt me. It's just that I can't quite believe I found you and get to have someone like you after everything I've done, whether or not you want to point out that I was forced to. I have done things, and I love you. I don't want you to leave. That sounds stupid, I know. Promise that this doesn't. Look, I very much would like to be intimate with you again in the future. But I need you to promise that if I were to never want to be intimate ever again, that you'd still want me. Alright. I know you say I have a lot to offer besides the dashing good looks. I want to believe that. Yes, I'd like it if we just went to bed. No, You don't need to leave. Stay. Please. Would you hold me? Even just for a bit, See, I'm trying to do what you want and ask for things that I want, and... Thank you. I know it. I have all these thoughts that you deserve someone less. Don't hate me for using the word, but less broken. I know you don't think I'm broken, just... But I also think you deserve whatever you want. And if what you want is me, then I will do my best to be deserving of you. And I know if things were reversed, I know I'd want to take care of you. Which I do anyway. I don't know how long. But if you want to stay by my side throughout it, who am I to stop you? Remind me why we're here again. Right, yes, you found some amazing treasure that we had to just come and get. Which you still won't tell me what it is. Suspicious, to say the least. Well, I am risking my life here, darling. Little of it that's going to be left after all the stress you put me through. I mean, when you said this place was hard to find and harder to get into, I'm not sure exactly what I expected. Well, I suppose I thought you were exaggerating. Well, did you know? The two of us combined. Nothing's a match for us, but this has been perhaps the most exhausting week of my life. And remember, we spent that week with Gale when he moved into his new place. Oh, should I stop complaining? Why? You dragged me out into the middle of nowhere with whoever they were trying to kill us. And falling rocks, rolling boulders, rooms with pressure plates that if we step off will lock us inside. And for what? Oh, it's in this room, is it? So what, I can stop complaining because we've made it here? We still have to get back out. Honestly. Well, I suppose now you've found this mystical, amazing treasure, you can at least show me what it is. No, to be honest, this room looks quite empty. A couple of chests, but so what? I never took you for someone who what? Have we gone chasing after some mystical rare item or the largest diamond in the world? You're the one who said you were happy with our life. I wouldn't have thought some sort of expensive item would be enough for you to uproot us and make us travel all this way. What? So you can sell it? Well, I'm glad you are happy with our lives. Well, so what's all this about, then? Darling, please tell me we didn't just travel, I don't even know how many miles on foot, going through all these dangers and almost dying for you to get a ring. Oh, does it do something? What? Some sort of legend that it'll make you immortal? Or does it shoot fire out of it? Please say we didn't come on this way for a ring that shoots fire out of it. What? No, of course I trust you. I just can't imagine what would be worth all of this, and that you wouldn't tell me. What could possibly be worth all this trouble, worth us risking our lives? What if I'd lost you doing all of this? And yet it's something you won't tell me about. You didn't want to get my hopes up if it wasn't actually here. Hang on, are you saying we came all this way without you knowing 100% that this ring was here? Well, no, yes, I suppose with any treasure someone else could have gotten there first. Alright. I didn't want to get my hopes up, was it? Why? Is this for me? Please don't tell me we came all this way just so you could propose. That's not what... I mean, you weren't actually doing... That's not what this is it? Because, I mean, if you wanted to do that, you could use any ring. You didn't need to get anything fancy. Not that I would think that you would want to do that. What's that look for? What, were you going to? Right, well, that's fine, then. So, can I have it? Well, you made out like it was for me. Not until we're outside, what? Fine. Fine, we came all this way, and I do trust you. So what, another few hours out that way, is it? There is a second tunnel. What if it's even longer to go through that one? Fine, fine. We'll do what you want, we'll go where you want. We'll pick up a random ring in the middle of nowhere that you want to go. Oh, that was a lot shorter than I thought it would be. How long were we in there? Well, it just sort of, looks a little like the sun might be rising. Camping in this, what is it, a temple, a shrine, or whatever. It was not my ideal plan for tonight. No. But assuming as we have no other choice. How could we have miscalculated? What's with that look? I know when something's going on. I know you, darling. We didn't lose track of time. You knew the sun would be up by the time we left. And yet you brought me along. For that. So either you're so in love with this temple that you just really badly wanted to trap me in there for a sleepover, you're entirely fed up with me, and this is how you're planning on breaking up with me, by letting the sun come up and do its worst. Or you didn't want to get my hopes up. That's not... I mean... he might have, on occasion, spoken of an item that would grant him even more power, the ability to not merely stalk through the night, but also through the day. Never described it much. All he said was that it was a ring. Called it the, Ring of the Sunwalker, I believe. I presumed it was merely a myth. Even he didn't seem fully convinced it existed. I can't imagine what you could have gotten my hopes up about, or would have been worried about telling me about. Worried I'd be disappointed in what? What thing do I want more than anything else? Other than you, of course. Darling, would you put me out of my misery and tell me what the ring is? And it's real. I mean, pity we didn't bring along a spare vampire to test it out on. I suppose one little bit of sun on my hand won't make my entire body burst into flames immediately. I've run from it before. You're terrible with surprises. How did you keep that a secret this entire time? You get so excited and you just want to tell me straight away. Yes, I'm trying to avoid crying about it. You... Remind me every day. Of how hard it is to believe I deserve you. I know you hate it when I say things like that. Sun's almost up. So what, do I just wear it? Does it have to be a particular finger, hand, or... Alright. Just as long as it's on. And then I just hope that I won't, fry. Just follow you. Would you hold my hand? You might have to physically drag me out there, to be honest. Well, you haven't led me wrong yet. It's not that I don't trust you. Whoever told you this was here, it's them I might not trust. Alright. Pull me out there, then. Right, no, I think you genuinely will actually have to give me a I sort of closed my eyes on instinct, but I don't feel any pain. I don't feel any pain. I just feel warm. Like when you cuddle up around me. Sort of scared to open my eyes. Strange. I suppose the time between now and when I was last able to walk out in the sun, before we removed those dreaded tadpoles. You'd have thought the day I ended up outside with a tadpole in my brain, the first time I'd been able to be in the sun for 200 years, would have been more emotional than now, given I've managed to do this before, and yet this feels more. I'm not sure I can put it into words, just more. You risked your life for this. Just to let me walk in the sun again. You've done so much for me already. I don't think you're ever going to top this one, darling. Suppose I have twice the amount of time now to keep having adventures with you. Getting to see you in this light. Thank you. I don't think that, saying it is thanks enough. No, of course you didn't do it expecting anything in return. That's because you're so nice. Can we go home now? Again, I have no idea where we are, but I hate it here. I love you. No, I'm not mad at you. I suppose I understand now why you didn't want to say what the treasure was. If you told me and we'd gotten here and it was gone, I imagine I would have been externally fine, but internally quite distraught. And trying to hide it from you, and you would have seen right through it. Well, perhaps, this whole place will look much nicer in the daylight. Shall we go home? Oh, and let's not tell the others. No, I mean, of course we will. I just sort of think it would be a lot more funny if we showed up at Gale's front door in the middle of the day. I gave a little knock, he opened the door to me, and I get to see the look on his face. And the look won't be the same if we write him a letter first. Wonderful. I know I loved you for a reason. Oh, finally. There you are. Do you know how long you left me here on my own? Didn't even know where you'd gone. No, well, you had that gleam in your eye, like you're planning on doing something nice. So I thought it better not to ask too many questions, but all the same, it's a little rude. Here I was hoping we could unpack, settle down on the bed. The usual. Given that, you've actually found quite the picturesque little inn, I must say. Not often we get to stay in such pleasant places, or anything this level, really. The views aren't the only reason you picked this place to stay in. Well, do tell. Is that where you've been off to? Oh, don't tell me there's some sort of little market for you to spend even more money buying things you probably won't use. Though, you do deserve to be spoiled, I suppose. As long as it's not one of those carnivals again. No. Good food, then. No. Ah, yes, but not the reason. Well, you have me quite stumped, then. Care to share with the class? A surprise. And what will I be needing to accompany you to this surprise? Oh, I won't need my clothes, will I? Or should I take them off now? Or once we're there. Goodness, darling, I've really been rubbing off on you. All right, you may lead the way. When you said the clothes wouldn't be needed, I should have expected this given we were walking away from the bedrooms. I didn't say I was disappointed. I can't quite believe you found a place with such lovely little baths. Really? Hot spring water. Quite fancy. And what exactly did all of this cost you? I don't understand. In what way is this you treating me? I suppose it is rare that we actually find somewhere with hot water. And I hear that spring water's minerals and whatnot is supposed to be quite good for your skin. Not that I need it, of course. I don't recall if I ever experienced one before, you know. But I certainly haven't experienced one since, and given whether or not I have no memory of it. I suppose this could be quite a nice new experience. Yes, I can feel temperature. I don't have much of one of my own anymore, unless you count freezing. But, yes, I can touch things and tell if they're emitting warmth or cold. Really? You thought it would be nice if I could feel warm for a change. You are the strangest, sweetest creature I've ever met. You do realize I'm alright, right? I don't have this. Just because I'm cold to the touch doesn't mean I actually feel freezing. I feel, temperature-wise, fine. No, I think I'm bad at accepting gifts and when you try and do something nice for me. I'm not used to it. You'd think I would be getting used to it by now, being around you for so long. This was very thoughtful of you. Thank you. Right, well, that's been said. Should I take the clothes off now, then? Or... I'm going to make me turn around. You are joining me, correct? You weren't going to leave me here on my own. I mean, what if it gets so relaxing that I fall asleep? I think I need someone here to keep an eye on me. Excellent. Well then. Turn around or do whatever you must to feel comfortable. I'm getting in. Oh, I do see the appeal. I was a bit worried it might be too hot, but I'm not very used to feeling much heat, you know. Sheets, beds can be warm, fires, but this is different. And much needed, don't you think? Rest our poor aching muscles. And don't be shy now. Come join me. That's it. Mm. 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 happens to me. You want to know if we can switch places? Darling, how open-minded of you. Oh. You want to wash my hair? No, I presume no one else has done that since I was a child. I don't think I'm against the idea. You don't have to, you know, I can take care of myself. You know, you just want to remind me I don't have to anymore. You want to take care of me. Well, who am I to deny eyes like yours? If you must, you may unleash your wrath upon me. Wrath being cleaning me, apparently. Darling, yes, I promise I'll say if I'm uncomfortable. Suppose I'll move then. Go ahead then, darling. Do your worst. Aha, there you are, darling. Now why would you be hiding away all alone in here when the others are making some frankly delightful food? Though I understand this is from the perspective of someone who doesn't exactly gorge themselves on regular food anymore, so perhaps it is more for your tastes. Darling, I can't understand you if you mumble. You are mumbling, you sort of have your hands over your face. Block out the sun. Why would you care about doing that? Thought that was supposed to be my deal, at least once we get those tadpoles out of us. Is this because of the tadpoles? Is it hurting you? I mean, more than the usual. I can go and ask Halcyon to come and take a look. Oh, I'm sure it's not a bother. I certainly like to get him alone with us. It's not a tadpole. Pity. Well then, what seems to be the problem? I might not be skilled in medicine, but I can certainly play nurse if you want me to. Migraine. No, yes, I know what one is. How long? No, not how long do you think it will last? How long has it already been plaguing you for? Goodness. Well, it's not fine, you're in pain. I don't want to hear about how often you get them. I mean, I do want to know that. What I don't want that to be is some sort of excuse as to why you don't need help. You shouldn't be used to them. They shouldn't happen. It's not your fault that they do. This idea that what? You should have to just suck it up. No. You want away from the light, yes? Well, lucky for you. One of our party happens to be a vampire, and thus tent is made out of more blackout material. If you think you can manage to be in my homely quarters and trust me to behave, which I can. I mean, you're in pain, so. Do you think you can make your way over there yourself? I only ask because while you're doing that, I could ask the big bear if he's got any special druid herbal remedies for this sort of thing. Or less enthusiastically, ask Gale. Alright, well, do you think you can walk over there and with your hands over your eyes? Alright. I'm not trying to baby you. I merely want you to know that I am offering aid, and there's others here who would gladly help you. It's not because we don't think you're strong enough. Just that you don't have to do all this on your own. Not now you've managed to round up this ragtag group, anyway. bafflingly, you've managed to make us all care about you. So, if you insist, you may go across to my tent on your own. I'll join you shortly. Are you settling in alright? I mean, you've been in here before, so hopefully you found everything alright. I come bearing gifts, aid, hopefully. I'll try and keep my voice low, I gather. Strong. Lights, sound, maybe too much. I haven't had any sort of ache in my head of that sort, physical pain like that for, I don't know. I mean, physical pain, yes, but a migraine is more of an illness. No, it's not an injury, is what I mean. Well, the benefit of being a vampire, or spawn, is that we seem a bit more resistant to that sort of thing, so. But what I gather from the lovely little chat I had with our druid friend, Gale, is that I should try and be gentle with you. As if they thought I couldn't be gentle. You certainly know I can be. So I have things, I'm not exactly sure what all of them are, but I have been assured that while it's not a straight-up cure, and it certainly shan't cure you from having migraines for the rest of your days, it should help alleviate the pain. So, you'll have to make do with what they had on them. And, trust me to administer them. Well, they were willing to come in, but I just thought, I don't know how many different people you want to see right now, and I wanted to, well, who else would you want being by your bedside other than me? Must you keep seeing right through me? Fine. I wanted to feel useful. I can't magically alleviate your symptoms. Least I could do is this. So, we have, I'm supposed to put this in something for you to drink. Which, obviously, I don't have an awful lot of different liquids. But I might have nabbed a little water from your sack. It's for you to drink. You can drink your own water. I didn't steal it from me. So, currently I crush this up. You can do that. I think ideally Halson said you would have this in a tea, but we don't exactly have a full cafe situation here, so you'll have to make do. Might not taste the nicest, but it'll work all the same, right? Put this in here. Lift your head up. Yep. I assumed you don't want me to help you drink. No, well. You take, we don't need to drink your entire, supply of water. Put a little bit in this cup. You just take that. Drink all of it. You're all quite concerned, you know. They really do care. You could have come out and told us. You didn't need to hide in your tent on your own. People want to help you. And you are deserving of their help. You're not some sort of burden. Isn't that what you always have to tell me? Oh, and darling little Will. He passed along this. I forget what he said it was full of, but essentially this little pouch here, he pots into your pillow underneath whatever I suppose you've got to rest your head on, and it apparently helps alleviate pain and stress if you breathe it in. I'm not exactly sure how that is supposed to work, but isn't it awfully cute of him to give you something? And while the others are making food, you just let me know. Carl, immediately wanted to come check in on you, but I was worried she would not be able to be quiet enough. So I thought, if you want, I can let them know if you want to see them. And, of course, do you feel up to eating? Well, I think you should try and eat something. Alright, I'll tell her. Well, you rest up. I'm sure they saved enough for you. So I'll be right back with something warm to fill your belly. And then after that, feel free to doze off for the rest of the day. You shan't be going anywhere while you're in this condition. No, you're not holding anything, holding us back, holding our plans back. It's fine. Alright. I'll be back with some food. You try to rest up. Well, this is certainly better than sleeping on the floor. Though, isn't anything. I suppose we don't have very high standards anymore after all of that camping. Still, it'll do. Sorry, darling. Lost in thought. I suppose I should just be grateful to even be alive to have a bed at all to sleep in. To be able to sleep once more. It's just... You always know when I'm just pretending as though everything's fine. Though I suppose it doesn't take a genius to understand that I'm not fine, given I just... ended 2 centuries worth of abuse. He's gone. I killed him. And if you hadn't been there, I would have become a monster just like him, continuing on the cycle of abuse and power. But you believed I was enough, exactly as I am. That I didn't need to ascend, didn't need his power in order to be worth something, or in order to feel safe. And if I had ascended, I dread to think what I could have done to you. Vampires, they can't love. Their soul corrupts beyond being able to feel anything good. There would be no fixing me then. I'd be lost. I do appreciate us taking a bath first. I certainly needed it. And you taking care of me. Bathing me. Showing me that I can be touched. Without being used. Or without using someone else. That there are intimate acts that aren't just sex. It will take some getting used to. But it was nice. It's going to take some time getting used to the fact that I'm free now. I don't belong to anyone anymore. Although, I would like you to have me. But not as a possession. And I don't want you as that either. Nor just a bit of fun. I love you. Not just because I would not be here if it wasn't for you, though I am grateful. I've never met anyone with a heart as big as yours. You truly care. I think that's quite a novel thing in this world. I suppose I should try and relax now. Oh, I know. I think some sleep would be good, but would the nightmares be gone, or would they be better? Does my subconscious know that he's gone? I'm really not sure. Though I know with you by my side, I'm sure I can brave anything. Surely you'd think this would be the most peaceful sleep I'm ever to have. Knowing that he can't take me back. He can't come and find me, or hire anyone else to. He's just gone. Not exactly sure I know how to relax when it's not through certain means. I'm not used to people asking if they can touch me. And I know I need to. I know I can say no if I don't want you to, and you won't get offended. Or upset at me, or think it means I don't want you anymore. Because it doesn't. And regardless, you can touch me. Not in certain places, not exactly in the mood. Unusual for me, perhaps, but... or not so unusual. Just unusual that I can admit it. My face? Yes. Your hands are warm. I really don't want to cry again. Face going all red. Dehydrates you, I can't have my skin looking dehydrated. Right. Darling. Shall we go to bed? I don't know if I'm ready, but I do feel exhausted. I suppose it's only natural. I suppose. My mind's been through a lot this last 200 years. I haven't ever been able to sleep and truly rest since before I can remember. To be able to go to sleep and know that nothing's going to wake me up. Well, or I'm not going to be woken up in the middle of the night, told to go and hunt some poor soul, or woken up simply to be punished for something I did or didn't do, just for his entertainment. I might sleep for an entire day, or week. You know, I'm thinking about things I never thought I would care about. I've been looking out for myself for so long, but I find the thought coming to my head that I hope the spawn, I hope they learn to hunt animals. I hope they can rebuild the life I stole from them. I did. I know I didn't have a choice. Literally. Having the excuse of literally having no choice, as in, not just that I was threatened, which I was, but I could say yes, or I could say no, and he would just control my body and my mouth, and I'd do it. And it's so different from if I was just brainwashed, because I was aware every time that I was not in control of my own body, that I could not say no. Not just because I felt threatened and scared, but because he had this magical hold over me. I'm not sure it makes it easier. I just have to keep telling myself it was Cazador doing those things. But it's my face they probably all have nightmares about. I think I wouldn't like to dwell on this. Sorry if that's a downer. I suppose a lot of my life is. But then I suppose I'm not the only one. As we've discovered, after everything the whole band of us have been through. You might have to drag me into that bed. I don't mean... I simply mean, as much as I want to rest, I do find myself nervous. rest sounds delightful. I sit on the bed. No, I do. I trust you. Isn't that odd? I've never trusted anyone in my life. Not even myself, really. I couldn't. Not when his control could come back at any time. But it's not just me looking out for me anymore. It's both of us. Looking out for each other. It's all right. We'll sit. Why? Darling, Oh! You're taking my shoes off. Right. No, of course. Why else would you be kneeling down there? May I ask why? You want me to relax? Not have to do anything? You want to take care of me? What if it's rotten work? Well, I quite like taking care of you. So it's fine. I do like the idea of being spoiled. I do deserve that, don't I? Under the covers now, is it? You are joining me, yes? I know you don't... I know I don't have to want you to join me. I want you to. I don't want to wake up alone. You are good at warming a bed up. Even though I was always surrounded by so many people. Or the spawn, or, my targets, if you will. I always felt alone. The amount of times I tried praying. No one ever answered. No one ever came to help me. Even gave me any kind words. so I didn't have any faith or any hope. And you'd have thought getting kidnapped by a bunch of octopus-faced men was the key to my escape. I could not have imagined such a thing. But here we are. I felt guilty. I feel guilty about a lot of things, but when I was up there during the ritual, I wanted to be scared for you, and I was. You stood down there with him. I could have snapped you like a twig. And yet all my mind was plagued with was fear for myself. And it's not that I didn't care what happened to you, I couldn't go back there. I'd have rather been killed by him and then be back under his control. Well, you're not mad. Well, not mad, but I was worried that it would seem like I didn't care enough, or perhaps meant that I didn't care enough. I'm new to this. To having not feelings, I'm sure there were people I were attached to before Cazador got his hands on me, but I don't remember any of them. I must have had a family, I suppose. But I didn't get attached to my so-called siblings. What would be the point? He could kill any of us. He did kill some of them. So what? I get attached, give myself false hope, make a friend. I think if any of us had become friends, that would have just made him want to kill us more. Just as a way to hurt us. If I had befriended anyone, then he had another way to hurt me. By threatening to hurt them. Caring was a weakness, not because the emotion of caring was such, but it opened me up to having extra weaknesses. That now I have you. And the others, who, loath as I am to admit it in some cases, or in Gale's case, I have made friends. And you. There is so much more. Not that it makes the others lesser. This is new. Now, I suppose also, as we're trying to get to sleep, is not the time for me to be getting existential about what different types of attraction means to me, and how I experience them. Not exactly light pillow talk, is it? Right. That's it. I am declaring that now we, or I, am going to try and sleep. Yes. Well, thank you. Oh, that was a genuine piece of praise. For what? Going to sleep? Well, no, I'm not comfortable with it. I suppose I'm just not used to getting praised for anything, let alone... Well, for my looks, of course, but not for actions. Certainly not sleeping. You think it's good that I'm taking care of myself? Well, then perhaps, if you're so pleased with me, you could allow... Well, and... Don't misconstrue anything, I'm not... cuddly. But... If you wanted... Must I say it? I would like it if we were intertwined, as it were. If I could be held. You heard me. No, if I have to repeat myself, then you can forget it. Oh, so you did hear me. You're not very good at lying, you know. Or at least, not to me. I don't know if that's because I'm better at seeing through you. Whatever. Shall we, then? If I were to move... So warm. You do heat the bed up well. I will say, you make a rather good pillow. One of your many talents, I presume. I know I'm tense. Sorry. I know I'm safe now. We are safe. The others are safe in their own rooms. I just have to keep telling myself that. Do you think... Well, my life before Cazador, before he stole it, I don't remember any of it. Perhaps my mind thought it would hurt less if I couldn't remember things better than where I was. Didn't work, of course, everything hurt all the same. But... the fact that all of that feels so long ago, well, it was, but... Do you think that, perhaps, in another 200 years, all of this, not you, I mean, my time spent with Cazador, or under his thumb, do you think that might begin to fade? I don't think I'll ever forget the feelings. I'm not sure that's how... What did you call it? Trauma works. But... some of the details, some of it might fade. I'm probably just rambling nonsense, but it's a thought. I don't think I'll ever be able to forget his face. I suppose what I can hope is that we will make new memories to replace them. If you're up for the challenge. I suppose we're both pretty tired. Must be a lot for you as well. You've got all of your own issues going off and then mine to deal with. Well, that's... It's sweet that you don't mind. I simply don't wish to... No, perhaps I was going to say a burden you. I know. So you've said. I suppose that's what you do then, is it? When you love someone. You don't beget them their troubles. As long as I'm not. I want to tell you about them. But you must tell me when you're not mentally able to take it. I know what I've been through is a lot, even though, to me, I'm almost numb to it. At least numb to how unusual I suppose it all is. But if you ever need a break from me talking about it, that is, I mean, I don't want to trigger you. I'm allowed to say no to things, and so are you. I mean, if I'm crying my eyes out, of course, I would like you to comfort me, but if I'm making self-deprecating jokes, do tell me to stop. I know you don't like them. They're not good for me, apparently. Which I don't really understand, but I trust your judgment, so... Sometimes. I mean... Sometimes you're... accidentally blasting me with a fireball, and then, No, I understand that it was an accident, but perhaps you should have thought about what direction it was going to go in and how not far away I was stood. So your judgment on, is Astarion far enough away to not get hit with this blast, that I'm not sure that I trust. But you have other wisdoms, I suppose. Yes, you can stroke my hair. It feels nice. Don't. No kisses. Please. If that's. No, I know you'll say it's alright. I know kissing isn't inherently sexual, I'd rather not, right now. After all that, just hold me. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for watching, my lovelies. Reminder that I have a Patreon. If everyone who subscribed to me gave me just £1 a month, that would help me out a lot, allow me to move out and keep making audios in a safer environment. Rewards of being a patron of mine include access to my Discord, ad-free streaming and downloads of all my audios, and 2 exclusive spicy audios a month, with at least 1 per month picked from your requests if you join the top fledgling tier, and more. I also stream on Twitch most Mondays, Fridays and Saturdays, and have an Etsy shop called Empty Masks where I sell fan art and original art. My Etsy also has stickers and other merch of my audio original characters under the Vampire Prince section of my shop. My art commissions are also currently open. Audio commissions are currently closed. A thank you to my patrons, my fledglings, Andy Christ, Sleepy Time Arts, Cello Moon, Sazzy NK, Ebony Void, Fruit Island, Rain Cloud, CL, Nerd Herder, Satan is a Real Man, Ruby Red Gem, Carry On, Olivia Nacito, Euronaughty, Astarash, Percy, Hell, Spicy But Sad, The Soul Assist, Tiffany Boyer, Void, Zoe Yamada, Aspen, River Heights Puff, Joanna Cole, Roses in Blue, Ray Cart, Sweethearts Die, Emily, Sweet Jade, Tisness, Kit, N, Emery, Zorn Emby, 675309, Goth Muppet, Peachy, Pumpkin Pie 23, Nicole Thompson, Dahlia, Valkyrie Ace, Despair, Caitlin Mitchell, Dawn Robin, Persephone Black, Oh Man, Lady D, Brooks Love for Music, Beautiful Thorns, Fern, Persephone Porus, Oracle of BS, Seo, Alpaca Avalanche, Philip Demeron, Steph, Mark, Audrey, Foul and Ruin, Demonics Anxiety, Deanna, Ethereal Viking, Jas, Emily, Vic, Nye, Abthesin, Amara Keen, Alyssa, Josie Moser, Pluto, Calix A, The Sleeping Poet, Next Time On, Silly Gay Goober, Nex, Goober, Pychan13, Asta Sarah, Rowan the Hunter, Jay, Philip Valkyrie, Sharps, Melissa Simpson, True Starshine, Mika Strange, SH7, Ophelia, Alicia Bond, Delith, Incognita, Irrelevant Listener, Desi Fowl, Green Fog, Ace of Hearts, Sister of War, Gabrielle Simpkins, Charlie, Celia W, Bookstore Cryptid, Edward, Joelle McRae, Wisteria Song, Max Little Spoons, J. Aries, Ace, Delirious, Rave, Ellie B, Skybound, Sunny, Dak and Luke, Jordan Ratliff, Elixir Key of Destiny, Miles, David Moser, Ozd, Fergie, Willow Aarons, Lindsay Houston, Coffee Pot Cat, Cradle the Void, Annie or Alice, Taco Grave 3, Rio Plushie, Momo99, Thembo Supreme, Mad Hatter, Maypop, Collective Unit System, Foxboy, Frostbitten, Alex B, Marco01, M, Warner Yako, Dal, Planet MB, Katie, Briar Fell, Maria Davis, Jania, Jordan, Omen Warn Them, PT, Daniel Wolf, Peachy Sakura, Crested Blossom, Alexia, X-Profane X, Abby Cats 16, Skylar Sheridan, I Am My Family's Loki, Olivia Osman, M. Siren, Cassius, Iceberg, Avery, Tulipson, Ember Rain, Fishy78, Golden New, Plant Cato, Frosh, Severed Moose Head Tavern, The Silent Star, L, Undercover Clown, Chrissy, Jansa Jopar, Wolf with the Book, Primrose Path, Ducky, AG, Bumblebaby, Agent of Techno, Des, Ica111, Inovias, Untrustworthy Narrator, Rinstorm, Will, Seppi Day, Blue Frame, Bumpkin, Northern Isle, AMC 1720, Effie, Mux Murder, Mossy Crow Phil, John Oxt, Molly, Quinn, SL, The Kraken, The Master of Tea, Marina, October, Six Rabbits, Red Raccoon, Bexy, RMW, Red Velvet Rose, Rowan Torquil, Fantasy Princess, ASDF, Beloved Bog Goblin, March Andy, Ambrose, Midnight Whisper, Musa, Antichrist Socialite, Daniel G. Desjardins, Chaos Fox, Crime Panthera, Ash, Fulgina, Naj, Lysander, Black Seraphim 7, Heaven, Sequoia, Emily, Ash, Adventurers Winter, Kiara LB, Felix, Sam, Actually Static, Chris 07, Little Adventurer, Lost in Space Max, Colin Healy, Alex, Green Blue, Elle's Collection of Teeth, Angelus, Sakura the Neko, Lulu Boy, Luna Moth, Yaxit's Connor, Bloody Wren, Grayson, Rain Person, Cinny Bunny, Rose Cat, The Boy with No Name, Carter, Blue Cheese Cactus, Lex Fraser, Haz, Necromania, Vexed and Hexed, Obscure Oni, Samnan, Pidge, Vivi, Silas, Owl, Catastrophe 1742, Alec Worms, Mingus Owen, Jay the Bat, Becca, Caitlin Misclay, E, Banshee, Irina Shukina, Kitbird, Soul Lesser, Jack, Dionysus, Shadow 071108, Charlie Andy 101, Uh-Oh, Leviathan, Galactic Library, Apollo, Morgan, Vincent, Camiel Peterson, Coastal Bonbon, Umiel, Fox, Ali, Benj, 100 Bunnies, Apple XX Pop, Jake from State Farm, Ainsley C, Ranger Lee, Lovable Bull, Louis, Random NB, Jody Murray, Artist Lover, Lanky the Grave Robber, Kilroy, Lunaries Galaxia, Mac, Coy, Shay, Riv, Fluffy Pups, Ethel, Devil Vidal, Kilgore, Fairy Pill, Elisa Joyner, Simple, Jinxie, Derry, Apple Pie, Vi, Icarus, Verona, Caden, Scabble, Not That Eli, Ladybug 232, Cade Freya, Extraterrestrial Omega, Midgardian Witch, Mothy, Helios Flame, Maxie, Tiffany, Clayson Jazzy, Whimsical Willow, Grey, Star Minion, Blaze, Val of Gaming, Vic, Cota, Caroline, Calcoon, Mad Dog, Leah Christie, Charlie Witt, Victor F, Kenmer, Lemon on a Lily Pad, Ash, Core, Tobias Jansen, Inclement, Curiosity Girl, Black Canary, Chaotic Kai, Coda Wolf, I Need Healing, Zen, My Darling, Dead Roses, Eden, Rain Mimi, Mix T3A, Simone Schaefer, Lettuce Man, Captain 8 Coco, Dame Ellison, Keegan Mattel, Artie, Nova, Trinity, Haggis Stoltz, The Chris Boy, Ann and 3 Lover of Voices, Array Cat, Bugs, Tobeans 003, Amati Evol, A.M. Paulson, Cyberhawk, Forgs, Blood and Roses, Tyler Jackson, Antisocial Corpse, Fireheart 24 Vlogs, Maria L., H, Savvy, Scott Draws, Jen, Ollie Ope, Cassia, Mama Poot, Nebby, Sean Gorton, Ave Walker, Ebony Viramontes, Tony Jen, Sparrow, Emily Catherine, Casey Williams, Cade 2025, Ghosty, K, Mina Ashido, Sam, Mothghoul, Brittany Cox, HRT Stoto, Breezy Bot, Shadow Song, Nicole, Lou, The Goblin King, Green Blue Number 2, Microphone, Dionysian Corgi, Bugsy, Bug, Sweet Candy Heart, Sol, Kate Simmons, Amalia, Plant, Luca D'Amico, Crywolf 883, Flo, Agata Vixorek, Just Monica, and Wim Mortal. And a thank you to my familiars, Solidaria, Cecilia, Spatial Oddities, Jocelyn, Jessica Louise Forsyth, Dusklike, Bitch and Bunny, AJ, Nocturnal, Joel Botter, Emotional Lizard, and Tarragon.